I think we do have one member on Zoom, so we'll go roll call on everything today.
Excellent, thank you. Councilmember Soria.
Here.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Here.
Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Thank you. Vice President Maxwell.
Present.
And Council President Esparza.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Fantastic. All right, so next we'll have our invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll please stand for both and remain standing. And our invocation this morning, we're joined by Reverend Mike Chastain, who's a pastor with the New Covenant Community Church. Welcome.
Thank you. Let's pray. Father, again, thank you for this day that you've given to us. So grateful, so thankful for all that you do for us. We thank you, Lord, for the blessings that we've been blessed with. We thank you for being so good to us. Father, thank you for the community that we're blessed to live in. And we are so thankful that your favor and your hands of protection are on our city. Father, thank you for the city council members that have been elected. And today, Father, we do pray that you would be with them. We pray that you'd give them wisdom, that you'd give them guidance, that you'd give them direction. Father, more than ever before, I pray that you would lead them, guide them, what is best for our community. I pray, Father, that you would also give them a spirit of unity as they work together. I pray, Jesus, that you truly would bless them. Again, we thank you for our mayor. We thank you, Lord, for putting him in the position that he's in. And so we pray that today that you would also give him wisdom, that you'd also give him guidance, that you'd give him direction. We also pray that you would give him great, great strength. We pray that you would extend your hands of blessing and favor over him. And again, Father, we thank you for the community that you have blessed us with. We pray that you would extend your hands of protection over our community, over our city. And again, Father, we thank you for all you do for us. And it is in your name that we pray. Amen.
Councilmember Soria, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda before we move on to the approval of the agenda?
Certainly. And a few quick announcements. We do have Councilmember Bredefeld joining us via Zoom today, so all votes will be by roll call.
Wait, Councilmember Bredefeld on Zoom?
And also on Zoom, we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi interpreters. In chamber, we also have a Spanish interpreter, and Amelia will tell the audience what she can do for them.
Muy buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. Esta junta se llevará a cabo en el lenguaje de inglés, pero tenemos interpretación simultánea en el lenguaje de español disponible en persona. Si gusta escuchar la junta en español, por favor encuéntreme atrás del cuarto hacia la izquierda para poder entregarle un dispositivo. De igual manera, si gusta participar en la porción de comentario público, hágalo con libertad, ya que también habrá interpretación disponible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And on to changes to the agenda. First off, this meeting will be adjourned in the memory of Pastor Paul McCoy at the request of Councilmember Chavez. Consent calendar item 1C, that is ID 221657, authorizing the Director of Aviation to execute applications for the Airport Improvement Program. This item does not require 5 votes to pass. A simple majority vote will approve this item. Consent calendar item 1J, that is ID 221803, regarding the Justice Assistance Grant. Item 1 of this, which authorizes the Parks Director or designee to accept the funding, is subject to mayoral veto. Consent calendar item 1BB, that is ID 221812, regarding the at-will employee agreement of the city attorney. The following is an amendment to the agreement. That amendment is: employee agrees not to participate as an officer, board member, or in any other capacity in any political action committee. Items that have been continued to December 15th, 2022. Consent calendar item 1G, that is ID 221805, regarding the SAFER grant. It was continued to December 15th, 2022 by staff. And the 10:10 a.m. number 4 item, that is ID 221840, regarding an update on the State Center Community College District, was continued to December 15th by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1E, that is ID 221817, regarding the 6th amendment to the salary resolution, amending Exhibit 2, Unit 2. That item was removed from the agenda with no return date by Councilmember Arias. So items being pulled for discussion. There are only 3 items being pulled for discussion. First is 1K, that is ID 221807, regarding the resolution to enter into an MOU with the American Red Cross. That was moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1N, ID 221797, regarding the resolution adopting the 16th Amendment to the Annual Appropriations Resolution for the Home Key Program. That was moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Consent calendar item 1P, 221802, regarding the contract with the Fresno Police Chaplaincy to provide chaplain services to the Fresno Police Department. That was moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion by Councilmember Arias. I'd just like to note for the council members, 1F is remaining on the consent calendar. And those are all the changes that I have received.
Okay, council members, do you have any additional changes to the agenda? Councilmember Bredefield, see your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I would just, for the consent, like to register no vote on I. And I'd like to pull item J and BB.
Councilmember Bredefield, can you repeat the items you're pulling for discussion?
Sure. Item J and item BB.
Items J, item 1BB. Councilmember Bredefield, are you aware of the amendment that was read into the record earlier?
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Any additional members want to pull other items or make any other changes to the agenda? I'll entertain a motion for approval. A motion, we have a second. Clerk, please call the roll for approval of the agenda.
I'm so sorry. Is this number, I want to register a no vote for 1I. I apologize.
Okay, all right, so we have one aye registered no vote from Councilmember Carabasi. And actually, before we approve, I'll go ahead and I'll be recusing myself on item 5D due to a potential conflict. And on items 1X and 1AA, I'm required to note on the record that I am employed by the State Center Community College District, but I do not have an interest in these agreements pursuant to Government Code 1091.5.
Council President, can I also make a note?
Yes.
I know that originally the city attorney had advised to recuse myself on 1X, but I have not been employed at State Center Community College over the tenure of the campaign, so I'm currently not employed by them.
That's correct. You do not need to recuse on that item.
Thank you.
Yeah, I won't be recusing either. I just was reading into the, on 1X and 1A, just reading into the record. I do not have any interest in those agreements.
Noted. Thank you.
Council President,
Yes.
what you recuse yourself from 1X, and what was the other item? No.
So it's not a recusal on 1X and
conflict.
1AA.
AA.
Due to my employment
Okay.
at the State Center Community College District.
Thank you.
Yeah, just noting that I do not have any interest in those, and we'll be voting on them.
All right, so we have a, oh, go ahead.
And same for me in terms of, I think originally we had been advised otherwise, but at least for me, the circumstance has changed as well.
Raj, does that all sound correct? Okay, making sure. Thumbs up. All right, let's go ahead and take the roll call on approval of the agenda.
All right. Approval of the agenda as amended, motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
7-0.
Fantastic. All right, let's move on to our ceremonial presentations. This morning, our first proclamation is going to be for Dr. Lori Bennett, President of the Clovis Community College District, Clovis Community College, and that's sponsored by Councilmember Bredefeld in Office of the Mayor and the City Manager.
Well, thank you, Council President, and I know that Councilmember Bredefeld is on Zoom, but I would like to have Councilmember Bredefeld start us off, if you would, Gary, if you could, since you and I co-sponsored this, I'd love for you to say a few words about Dr. Bennett.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to say. The fact is she has donated so much, given so much to the community through her work. She is now retiring, and we want to just recognize the tremendous contribution she's made to so many students throughout her tenure, and didn't want her to leave without the city of Fresno formally recognizing the many wonderful things she's done, and that's why we're doing the proclamation today. And with that, Jerry, I will let you take it since you're right there with her. Call her up, and let's recognize what she's done.
Thank you, Councilmember. So, Dr. Bennett, if you would please come forward. And then in a moment, I know that Dr. Bennett has a number of her folks here from Clovis Community College in the city of Fresno. I want to remind people of that. It is in the city of Fresno, but it is Clovis Community. And it is one of our gyms, quite frankly, and it's because of you, Lori. And a lot of folks may not know her, Dr. Bennett, in the manner in which I do, and been able to work closely with her in a number of projects. One of them is extending our public transportation out to Clovis Community so that our students could have that opportunity to get there. And it was largely because of Dr. Bennett's championing that effort, as well as Greg Barfield, who made that happen. But Lori has a long history in terms of education, getting her degrees in areas that certainly education, leadership, marketing, and finance, and having a past history doing some marketing, as I recall, with a Fortune 500 company. So she came to us with a lot of experience, a lot of talent, and definitely has demonstrated her leadership abilities at Clovis Community College. And so today we really did want to recognize you, Lori, for all that you've contributed to the many lives that you have transformed through Clovis Community College. I know your heart is in it for the kids, and what you've been able to do 5 years in a row, as I recall, in terms of being recognized, one of the fastest growing community colleges in the nation, but also for 5 years in a row being recognized for the number of students that receive a two-year degree that are ready to transfer to a university. So thank you for everything. Thank you for being a part of Fresno. I know you have an incredible life ahead of you, a new chapter, and you're going to enjoy that with family and travel and the like. But I just wanted to say on behalf of the city of Fresno how much you mean to all of us and how much our community colleges mean to us and to our students and families in Fresno. So thank you very much, and with that I'll give you an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much. On behalf, should I be facing this way or this camera? I'm not sure who to talk to. So
You gotta do it both.
I'll do both. So on behalf of Clovis Community College and myself, I want you to know how honored we are, or how honored I am for this day and for this recognition. I want to thank Councilmember Bredefeld in Zoom for your generous donation this week during our Giving Tuesday to our crushed food pantry. I want to thank Mayor Dyer and Assistant City Manager Greg Barfield and all of the council members who have long supported us and helped us get the fax bus out to our college. That meant so much to us, and your support means everything. And then I just want to say how much I love living and working in the city of Fresno, and Clovis Community College. I'm going to repeat my speech, we've grown so fast, over 13,000, 14,000 students in the last few years. We have been acknowledged 5 years in a row statewide for being one of the top transfer community colleges, and half of our students living here are in the city of Fresno, live in the city of Fresno. So we feel so valued, and I just want to say how honored I have been to be the president of Clovis Community College and to be part of this really amazing Central Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
Jerry? Yeah, I just wanted to say something. Dr. Bennett, one of my sons went to City College out at Clovis and went through the honors program. And as a result of that, was then able to transfer by right to the University of California in Irvine, which is a top-notch school, and only did so because he went through your program and then applied to law school, Hastings School of Law. And that all happened because he went through your program. And so there are tremendous opportunities for young people in our community, in our city, to go through community college and to do very well. And so my family's a reflection of that, and I appreciate and I'm grateful for all that the city colleges offer all of our students.
Thank you. Any other council would like to comment? If not, we'll, Councilmember Soria?
Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations on your career and on your just passion to serve our students and recognizing the importance of higher education for the young people that live in our community. And so grateful for your service. I want to congratulate you on everything that you were able to accomplish while at at Clovis Community College. As you guys know, I'm a big fan of the community college systems, in particular our local community colleges, just because they do provide that entryway to continue for many, higher education or whatever other career they may want to seek. And so it opens the door for many different opportunities. And so grateful that you were able to lead the institution, and wish you luck in your next chapter.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Sorry.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Bennett, good to see you again. So I actually was a student. It wasn't called Clovis Community College back then, but I'm so glad to see you here and to honor what you've done. And the reality is we do a lot of these proclamations, but we can actually point to things that you have done to make a difference on that campus. It has changed immensely since I was there, especially when it comes to areas of support for students on multiple levels, because it's amazing how people can go to Clovis Community College and the transfer rate is so high. Or if you're getting continuing education, it's so high to move on, get a higher paying job, pay more taxes that we use to build roads. But the fact of the matter is you're a very important part of what we do. And thank you so much for that. And I know your team's very proud, but you should be very proud too, because you actually did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it's appropriate to have all of our Clovis community folks. Why don't you come up and join? Oh, we'll just do a photo first. Okay. Can you Photoshop Bredfield in there somehow? Yeah, so let's have all of them come up, and then we'll have our clerk read the proclamation while we're doing so. Clerk?
Whereas Dr. Lori Bennett was born in Bonners Ferry, Idaho, and currently lives in Fresno, California. She attended Highland High School in Bakersfield, California. Her educational background includes a doctoral degree in educational leadership and policy studies from California State University Northridge, a master's degree in business with an emphasis in marketing and finance from the University of Chicago, and a bachelor's degree in business from the University of Southern California. And whereas Dr. Bennett has served in higher education for almost 30 years as a faculty member and administrator, including 6 years as president of Clovis Community College. Before moving into the field of education, Dr. Bennett had a successful career in business, including marketing management at a Fortune 500 company and managing her own small business. And whereas, as the president of Clovis Community College, Dr. Bennett has a long list of accomplishments. Clovis has been one of the fastest growing colleges in the state. They have increased student retention, and success rates have been honored several times for high degree of completion and transfer rates. The Campaign for College Opportunity formally recognized the college 5 years in a row for its work in increasing the number of students receiving associate's degrees for transfers, or ACTs, which guarantee transfer to California State University. Under her leadership, the college has many new programs, including approximately 70 new degrees and certificates, and has developed a competitive athletic program. And whereas, serving on a variety of state and local boards and committees, Dr. Bennett has invested her time in the following: Area 3 Representative for the California Community College League, Vice President of CEO CCC Board, Chair of the Central Valley Community College CEO Caucus, Co-Chair of the CEO Strategic Leadership Program, member of the Community Health System Finance and Planning Committee, Clovis Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, member of the Executive Steering Committee for the Fresno K-16 Collaborative, and a member of the Fresno Drive Initiative for Economic Development. And whereas Dr. Bennett is ready for a new chapter in her life, she will be retiring from the college and district she loves, effective January 4th, 2023. In her retirement, she plans to spend time with her family, travel, and stay active in her community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby honor, recognize, and proclaim Thursday, December 1st, 2022 to be Dr. Lori Bennett Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you very much. Go Crush.
All right, fantastic. So we're going to move on to our second proclamation for Trans Day of Remembrance. That's sponsored by myself. And I would invite my colleagues, if they so please, to join me on down, do as a group effort.
Can't forget the buses.
Good. Here we go. Is this on? Yes, it is. Good morning. Good morning. So we're joined this morning by Zane and Misty from Trans Emotion. If you guys want to come on down and join us as well. So we're recognizing this day slightly behind schedule here at City Hall, but it's something that we could not overlook. Annually, the Transgender Day of Remembrance is observed on November 20th, typically. This has been the case since its establishment back in 1999. And the intention of the day is to keep the memory alive of the transgender people whose lives were lost due to violence, often driven by bigotry and hatred, unfortunately. It's no secret that our transgender and LGBTQ plus family have long been the target of these types of crimes. And we saw this most recently on the national stage with the shooting in Colorado at Club Q, where we saw the loss of 5 lives and the injury of a couple dozen others. Recognizing Transgender Day of Remembrance in this chamber by this body is our city recognizing our shared humanity, recognizing the basic rights that all people in our community are entitled to. And I'd like to, again, thank my colleagues for joining me down here, as well as our friends at Trans Emotion, who continue to provide a safe place for LGBTQ plus community to congregate and to build community. And I wanted to provide you folks an opportunity to say a few words. Just to say a few words about Transgender Day Remembrance.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council President Esparza, and everyone up here supporting us and who signed our proclamation for the event. Trans Emotion is a Fresno local nonprofit here in the Central Valley, and we hold support groups for our transgender community, parents, young individuals, and also 16 and over have their own group, just so everybody can resonate together. We hold Zoom meetings for that and also in person. So we have a bunch of different information on our website for that. And we've also extended programs to our gender-affirming care programs. We help out with chest binders or other after-surgery, post-op help, and different things that you can apply for as far as rent relief as well. So we've come a long way throughout the years, and we couldn't do it without, of course, your support and be able to hold these types of safe spaces and events. So this year, the Trans Day of Remembrance was held at Fresno State, and they've been a sponsor of ours in the past years with the Cross Cultural and Gender Center. So that was held at the Satellite Student Union, and we had a really good turnout, lots of positive feedback. Resources were available, and food and refreshments, as well as speakers, entertainers, and of course we read the proclamation aloud, so thank you for having that available to us. So I'm Zane Anthony, I'm the current chair of Trans Emotion, and this is also a board member of Trans Emotion, Misty Parker, so thank you for being here as well. So yeah, thank you for our community for supporting us and allowing us the safe space that we need, so thank you.
So good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say I'm proud that this council continues to stand and present this proclamation, even though it's a little bit late. But I've been doing this and been part of presenting the proclamation, I think, almost since the beginning as I started as a new council member. I still remember Sawyer coming and talking to me about the importance of having this proclamation presented, so I wanted to say that. And I also wanted to just call out one of the names that I remember, at least from Casey Hoggard, from back when I the first couple of years when I was a council member, where we saw here in our own community the bigotry and hatred towards our transgender community. And so what this says today is that we're a city that is inclusive, that loves everyone regardless of how you look, who you love. We just love everyone. It goes with the One Fresno vision that the mayor is saying. So I'm glad that the mayor has continued to show his support, because if we are truly One Fresno, we include every single individual regardless, again, of how they look, where they live, who they love. And so I'm proud today to be able to stand here with you guys on my last day. Thank you so much.
I also want to echo some of the sentiments my colleagues mentioned and just talk about a little bit about the work that you guys have done in our community. I think that's something that is reminded of us every single day. The other day we were over at the LGBT Resource Center that EOC operates, and this city made a decision last budget to support them as well for the work that they do. My hope is that one day we don't have inflammatory rhetoric that fuels a lot of the violence and hurtful things that happen to our LGBT community, and hopefully one day we get to that point. But in the meantime, we just want to send the message that our city stands with you and our council stands with you.
Just a few comments. You know, I spent a lot of years in law enforcement, and I got to see a lot of things I didn't want to see. And the hate crimes that had occurred over the years. Yes, we remember Casey, very much so. I remember that very vividly in terms of how that occurred, where it occurred, and thankful that we were able to solve that case. But The simple fact is there were a lot of other victims out there that did not get that notoriety. And it's unfortunate that we have people out there that spew hate. It's unfortunate that people out there feel that they have the right to be able to victimize people because of their belief, because of what they look like, because of a number of things. And so I just want you to know on behalf of the city of Fresno and the Fresno Police Department, who is under my purview, we will continue to stand with you and protect folks of the LGBTQ community and the transgender community.
Thank you very much.
Well, again, thank you, Zane and Misty, for joining us this morning, and it's our pleasure on the entire City Council and the Mayor to present Trans Emotion, this proclamation for Transgender Day of Remembrance. Clerk, if you would please read the proclamation.
Whereas the annual Transgender Day of Remembrance is held in the county of Fresno on Friday. Hold on 1 second, we'll get that taken care of. All right. Whereas the annual Transgender Day of Remembrance is held in the county of Fresno on Friday, November 18th, 2022. Trans Emotion and the Cross-Cultural and Gender Center's annual Transgender Day of Remembrance, TDOR, invites people from all over Fresno County and the Central Valley to participate in activities provided to memorialize and honor the lives of transgender individuals who were murdered due to transphobia or had completed suicide. It is also an opportunity to raise awareness about transgender existence in our community. This event is intended to provide a safe space for transgender people and their allies to embrace their identities, gain support from local resources, speak their stories, and highlight authenticity through performance art. And whereas one of our nation's greatest strengths is the rich diversity of its people, transgender, non-binary, gender diverse, intersex, and gender expansive Americans form an important part of this national tapestry and have contributed to every facet of our society. However, even to this day, they are still marginalized, discriminated against, and physically and emotionally attacked for who they are. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes that its entire diverse population should have equal rights and opposes any oppression and discrimination which diminishes the quality of life for any County of Fresno resident or visitor. This includes those in its transgender, non-binary, gender diverse, intersex, and gender expansive community. It is the duty of all Fresno County to advocate for those who experience hardship as a result of discrimination and inequity. It is only through a community's unity that we can overcome injustice towards all groups of people. It is important that the diversity among all constituents is recognized, respected, and celebrated. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council President Nelson Esparza, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim November 18th, 2022 as Transgender Day of Remembrance in the city of Fresno.
Councilmember Soria, you could reverse and come back down. So point of privilege. This is not on the agenda, but I think for those of us who have not been paying attention, today is going to be the very last meeting for our senior ranking member, Councilmember Soria. And I think we'd like to honor you as well here in the meeting. Not just at lunchtime, but here in the meeting as well on the record. I think I first met you 10 years ago, roughly or so, and there was no way of knowing we'd end up here today with your 8 great years of service. You want me to tell a story where we met on the record?
That's fun.
Was it Taco Bell or their taco?
It was not at a bar. It was not at a bar. So I met Esmeralda 10 years ago at Best Buy, of all places. Yeah, here in Fresno.
I was looking for a TV.
Esmeralda was looking for a TV. I was fresh out of college and took a seasonal retail job, working for 2 or 3 months at Best Buy. And this young lady walks in looking for a TV. I was happy to oblige. I had no idea who she was. She had no idea who I was. And here we are 10 years later, serving. I served a term. You served 2 terms on the Fresno City Council. So very crazy. Yeah, very crazy. You know, very small world. What do they call us? The biggest little city? Yeah. Or the biggest little city in the country. But Esmeralda, you know, it's my honor as the council president this year to honor you with your very own proclamation. I'm not sure if you ever have had one. You've given many out. Many out, you know, we've, many, yeah. So here you go. And I did want to provide my colleagues a few moments to be able to say a few words, parting words. I know we have a lunchtime reception, but I'm not going to be giving that opportunity to you at the lunchtime reception. So now would be your time to say what you have to say.
Are we going in order? Or I'll go first.
Popcorn.
I just want to thank you, Councilwoman Soria, for the work that you've done for your district. I met her a lot longer than 10 years ago. And it wasn't at a bar and it wasn't at Best Buy. It was actually at Fresno State, the house. I think you were working for Senator Rubio at the time. And I was just like really impressed with your work ethic and your passion and commitment to our community. And that's always shown here on the dais and out in the neighborhoods. And there's a long list. I know because you listed every single year of stuff you get for your district. But I think that's testament of just the drive that you have. I know you're going to take that same energy to Sacramento and get us some more money down here in Fresno. I know your area now covers Merced and a little bit north, but don't forget about Fresno, where you got your start. We're going to always remind you of that. But just thank you for your service, thank you for your work, and we look forward to working with you up in the legislature.
I got a couple nice things to say too. I just want to say thank you, Esmeralda, because I truly don't think I'd be where I'm at today without you. You were a trailblazer for this city. You were the young, cool council member, and when I moved to town, I did my research, and I discovered, you know, who you were and a lot of the good work that you did, and I know that you were a good leader, and I wanted to be somebody like you, and you faced so much adversity and so many obstacles when you ran for office and when you went in office, because one of the only women to serve on this council, extremely young age, but despite all that adversity, you showed people that you could be one of the most effective legislators that the city has ever seen. And I took that to heart. I remember I didn't know you super well, but in 2018, you were running for re-election. I was dirt poor, but I gave you my last $100 for re-election at one of your fundraisers. I ate top ramen for a couple weeks after that, but I guess it was a good investment because you have been an incredible ally on this council, whether it comes to housing, parks, public transportation. You've been there 100% of the way, making sure that our working class families and our families most in need are the ones that are made a priority. And when I think of how I'm going to vote on certain things or certain issues I want to champion, I think of you because you were that person that has inspired a lot of young people to run for office. And I really don't think I'd be here today if it weren't for you. So I assume you'll now be the cool young assembly member, just as you were the cool young council member. I wish you the best of luck. I know you're going to do good stuff in Sacramento. Thank you for everything you've done for this city.
Thank you, Council President. Since we're sharing how we met Soria stories, let me share mine. I was actually her landlord. That's how we met.
Yeah,
I was not a slumlord either. And she paid her rent on time. So I vouch for her ability to rent a new place in Sacramento if she needs to. But, you know, as my colleagues have indicated, Esmeralda stood alone on this council for many years. And she stood alone championing for parks, for affordable housing, for a housing trust fund that we're finally funding today. Coincidence only, and against the establishment and developers that every step of the way undermined those priorities. Today we celebrate the housing on Blackstone and the improvements on Blackstone, but it was Esmeralda who led the effort to build the first housing project on Blackstone, and she alone took all the hits for that housing project. People questioned the cost, they questioned the rationale for it. Why would we build on Blackstone? And now nobody questions that. Instead, they celebrated, and everybody lines up for credit, the credit photo of the ribbon cutting. But nobody was lining up back then to take all the shots from developers who were undermining it every step of the way. She also left a legacy of unprecedented amount of community meetings, setting expectation for all of us to meet, of diversity and inclusiveness. Prior to Soria, there was no pride flag being flown in this building. Prior to her, we only allowed pastors from the Christian community to say prayer before the meetings. Now we invite all faiths to say prayer. You know, prior to her, there wasn't the level of inclusivity and diversity celebrated in this building like there is today. My two favorite aspects of her leadership is one, like Member Chavez indicated, she secured more money for her district than anyone else. We, amongst ourselves, call her greedy, but she was effective in securing a ton of money. And my second favorite aspect of her leadership is her ability to be super well prepared for these council meetings and pull a bunch of items from the agenda, which I have gladly taken over that responsibility. And I'm sure the administration loves me taking the baton on that one. But, you know, the reality too is that in return, she's also taken an immense amount of attacks, both political, professional, and even personal against her and her family. And it's all a result of her effectiveness. Yet she has persevered by staying focused on what she did from day one, which is delivering for the constituents, opening new parks, new housing projects, community centers, you know, reminding us of, you know, West of the 99 every other day, and delivering for her constituents. And that has earned her the honor to represent so many more constituents at the state capitol. And, you know, in closing, I just want to point out that her election is an accomplishment for herself and her record of effectiveness, but it's also an accomplishment for her family. You know, for this woman who grew up as a little girl in Lindsay, I think she's delivered on the promise of her parents migrating to this country for a better future. So, Soria, I think the future is bright for you, and so it is for so many Latinas of our community, especially those from the small town of Lindsay. So, congrats, good work, and we expect nothing but the best, and for you to deliver a ton of cash to the city of Fresno.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to say a few words.
Okay.
Yeah, Esmeralda and I haven't always agreed. That's well known, but clearly, you guys still there?
Yeah, we're listening.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Something on my screen came up, but you clearly have been a very strong advocate for your district, for your constituents. You, Esmeralda, have always been on top of budgets. I've admired that a great deal about you. You know the details. You've always pursued them a great deal. And people would be surprised that we've agreed on a lot of things, probably more things than we've disagreed on. But you have been a tremendous advocate for the people that you represent. And I wish you nothing but success when you go to the assembly. You worked hard for it. And I think you will do great things for the people that you represent. So I wish you the very best, Esmeralda, in your future.
Fantastic.
It is my honor to be able to stand with you today. I actually do love Esmeralda Soria very, very much. She has made me a better mayor. She made me a better police chief because she kept me on my toes. And I will say that of all the council members over the years, this council member has been one that is extremely in touch with her constituents and the neighborhoods, all the neighborhoods. And I got to put a title on something that she was doing for many years, and that's One Fresno. That is, what we recognized earlier today, that regardless of where a person lives, they deserve top-notch service from their city government. And she has stressed that. She was a champion for the park in the Tower District, which we are now moving forward with. And yes, she was a champion for affordable housing on Blackstone and McKinley. But what a lot of people don't know is was unveiled this week, part of it at least, was to have a dedicated senior center there for our senior citizens who need a place to socialize and to have activities. But the other thing is that there's a health clinic that's going to be within that project as well. She had the foresight and the insight to know that those affordable housing, senior center, and a health project go hand in hand along a transit-oriented development corridor where we have the ability for our seniors and others to commute. So thank you. It's been an honor. Thank you for keeping me honest, for making me better, although there were times when, you and I may have disagreed verbally on issues, but I will say I respect you. From the depths of my heart, Esmeralda, you have done well for this city, and I know you're going to do well for this community in the state as an assembly member. I love you.
Well, Councilmember Soria, I think based on everyone's comments, it's very clear that you certainly have left an imprint. It's going to be very difficult to summarize 8 years of service and trailblazing here in this one presentation, but we're all very proud of you. I think you know that and you feel that, and you feel the love. And I feel I know that you have been part of history here at City Hall, within the city of Fresno. Trailblazing a path, doing things that no one had ever done before, and being part of this council that I think has made unprecedented progress at an unprecedented pace because of the leadership that you provided before many of us were here, and with all the great staff we have behind us. So again, we're grateful for your service and looking forward to continuing the celebration at lunchtime. But for now, I wanted to provide you an opportunity to say a few words on the record.
Well, I wasn't ready and prepared to present remarks up here. I was going to do it from my desk. But what I will say first and foremost, I do want to thank my council colleagues, the mayor, for your words, for just the level of support that you guys have all given me at times when we've worked on some very hard issues. I do want to say first and foremost, what I said when I got sworn in. I'm grateful for the opportunity because if it wasn't for my parents having the foresight to come to this country, I wouldn't be where I'm at. I had my parents that came here to do some of the hardest jobs that no one wants to do as farm workers in the valley. And it was really my mom that gave me the character of being relentless. If you guys know me, I'm relentless. I don't give up because my parents never gave up. They never gave up on having the American dream here. And so I believe that I too cannot ever give up on myself nor on my community, because my community deserves to have the best. And that's how we've operated. But all the great things I will say that we've done and that I've been able to accomplish hasn't been by myself. It's been because it's been a team effort. It's been all about Team Soria. I do want to first acknowledge the incredible people that have stood with me. First and foremost, my former chief of staff, Terry Cox. Sometimes she and I were known to be hard asses at City Hall because we asked a lot of questions. We didn't just take no for an answer. We made sure that if we had an issue to resolve, that we resolved it for the person or the constituent that came up to us. And so forever, I will always be grateful, Terry, for the incredible partner that you were over the last 7.5 years. I'm so happy that she's been able to find her niche at the city and continue the great work when it comes to housing, because we recognize the critical need that we have here in the city of Fresno, which is affordability when it comes to housing in our community. I also want to say thank you to Gilbert. I don't know where Gilbert is, probably in the office. Like always, he never wants to be seen. But that guy started with me as my field director on the campaign and was very excited to come on board as a council assistant. And who would have thought that after Terry left, he would have came back kind of full circle to fill the role of my chief of staff. And over the last 6 months or so, he's been an incredible right-hand man. He has made sure that I don't ever have to worry that things are getting done, just like Terry did. So our constituents have never missed an opportunity to get the critical services or resources that they need. So thank you, Gilbert Felix, for coming in and really helping us wrap things up for our District 1 constituents. Obviously, to all my team members, Celida, who started as an intern, she's moving on to bigger and greater things in Council President Esparza's office. I also just want to thank all the other staff, Siana, Jamie, I'm like, who am else? Rena, where's Rena? Rena, I don't think she's here. Myra, thank you for coming in and just getting to work. That's what District 1 staff has done. And yeah, we've set the bar high, I will say, because our constituents deserve nothing less. When I came to City Hall, I told my constituents that if they couldn't come to City Hall will come to them. And that's what we made happen over the last 8 years. We've had over 50 town hall or community neighborhood meetings. We have communicated out to our constituents very regularly so that they know what we're doing, but we're also taking their ideas to ensure that we're delivering for them. So I'm just incredibly honored to have been given the opportunity by the residents of District 1 to serve 2 full terms, to be able to do the great work that needed to be done. I am super excited about what is next because I can continue to do the work at a greater scale, continue to help Fresno and all the other small communities that exist here in the Valley that for far too long have been left behind. And so just have a lot of gratitude, not just for my staff, not just for my colleagues, but for every single City of Fresno employee. Thank you so much for your service, for the work that you do, because if you guys didn't do the work, we couldn't talk about the work that we get done. We come up sometimes with the ideas, and then you guys execute and deliver on them. So I want to thank every single person, from the custodian to our city attorneys, to our city managers, to our bus drivers, every single individual person, our police officers, firefighters that are ensuring that the City of Fresno is running and that our residents are receiving the critical services that they need. And so thank you so much just for the honor of being able to serve. Looking forward to working with all of you as we continue and move on to the state, but just forever grateful to all my constituents and to all the individuals that have crossed paths with me as I've been the council member for District 1. The only thing I didn't get done, I will say, just making note, Quigley Park needs a lot of renovation. We failed on that. We tried multiple times to go after state money. It won't be in my state district, so I don't know how much I can help there. But I will hope that this council, the next council person, really gets to ensure that that park gets rehabbed and the TLC that it needs. But I will say that I'm proud that as I go, we are going to have a Van Ness Weldon Park. Thank you, Mayor, for helping me. I know it was a little expensive, but the community deserves nothing but the best. And just proud that we are able to make a reality a 40-year ask from the neighborhood, and actually a promise that was made 40 years to the residents of west of the 99 with Milburn and Dakota, and today hopefully gets approved, to have our very own Dolores Huerta Park in the City of Fresno. Thank you so much for everything, and I look forward to continuing to work with all of you.
Hold on. Hey, espérate. Standing ovation, love it. All right, clerk, if you could please read the proclamation into the record, and while you do that, Councilmember Soria and I will take a photo, and then my colleagues, and then we'll do, at lunchtime, we can do those prom photos on the stairs too. But if you guys want to come down and do one here, yes. What the hell are you guys doing? Come down.
Whereas,
Because you're being a bully.
Whereas Esmeralda Soria is the proud daughter of Mexican immigrant parents and was raised to understand and value the importance of hard work and community while growing up in the rural city of Lindsay, California. Pursuing her American dream, she would go on to attend the University of California, Berkeley for her undergraduate studies and the University of California, Davis to earn her Juris Doctorate. She then dedicated her career to public service, working in local, state, and federal government, as well as nonprofit legal services and in higher education as an adjunct professor. Whereas in 2014, Esmeralda became the second Latina elected to the Fresno City Council and has served the residents of District 1 for 8 years. During her tenure on the City Council, Esmeralda has been a staunch advocate for parks and green space, affordable and accessible housing, economic development and job growth, clean air and reliable drinking water, infrastructure, and transportation improvements, including bicycle infrastructure and opportunities for women and minority groups. And whereas Esmeralda has used her platform to uplift youth and give them a voice in local government, she pioneered the Young Council Member Program, which brought together a cohort of high school students aimed at developing leadership skills and building civic engagement. Esmeralda advocated for the City of Fresno Youth Commission to bring young people into the decision-making process for the City of Fresno. Her office employed 50 youth interns over 8 years to help young people build experience in public service. And whereas Esmeralda has been a champion of providing more green space and parks for Fresnans, especially the residents of District 1. She was one of the leading voices of Measure P, which generated millions of dollars in revenue to invest into City of Fresno parks and green space creation and maintenance. During her years of service, Esmeralda has successfully delivered 2 parks to District 1 located in the historic Fresno High neighborhood and west of Highway 99. And whereas, during the COVID-19 crisis, Esmeralda worked diligently to support District 1 and City of Fresno, disadvantaged communities and businesses that were heavily impacted by the pandemic. Esmeralda worked to ensure the city received its fair share of state and federal pandemic relief funding for the business community. She partnered with local nonprofits and public health officials to host testing and vaccine clinics to protect families and neighborhoods throughout District 1. Additionally, she worked with Central Unified School District to host several food distribution events west of Highway 99, delivering over $5 million worth of food to underserved families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council congratulates Esmeralda Soria on her 8 years of service to the residents of District 1 and the City of Fresno, and do hereby proclaim December 1st to be Esmeralda Soria Day in the City of Fresno.
All right, that was very nice. And again, feel free to join us at lunchtime to continue the celebration of Councilmember Soria's 8 years of service. Councilmember reports and comments. We'll go in order. Councilmember Soria, not sure if you have additional comments.
The only thing that I wanted to submit for the record, Council President and to the clerk, a letter informing all of you that I will be resigning as City of Fresno Council Member for District 1, which will be effective Monday, December 5th at 11:59 a.m. to assume office of California State Assembly Member for District 27. Again, just been an honor and privilege to represent, but I did want to submit it for the record this morning.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi? Councilmember Arias?
Just want to say thank you to our interim city attorney, Rena, for her service. She's done a great job managing the chaos and the 7 bipolar personalities that we have on the dais, including the 7 personalities of Mayor Dyer himself. So thank you all. It's been, you've done an amazing job in really providing the stability and making sure we continue to steer this huge Titanic that provides significant safety and quality of life services for the whole city. So I know you'll still be here for a bit, but I did want to say publicly thank you on behalf of the council.
All right. Councilmember Carbasi, I'll circle back to you.
Sorry, I did forget a few notes. I'm sorry about that. This year in District 2, we had the 2nd annual Operation Gobble. I just want to thank our sponsors. Basically what it is, it's a program in the Pinedale Community Center. We partner with Clovis Unified. Pinedale Elementary is a great school of the great staff and Principal Debbie Bowles, but the kids face a lot of challenges there. And we want to make sure that economics isn't a reason why you can't enjoy a Thanksgiving dinner. And I know I'm one of the council members that has an Operation Gobble. That's where we do it in our district. But the Assist Teens, the Assistance League, you have a bunch of kids that come out, high school kids, instead of going on vacation, and the first day of vacation, they're actually at Pinedale helping to set up for the event, and it really means a lot. And we were able to feed 400 this year, and that was really great. And then Councilmember Maxwell and I sponsored World Day of Remembrance, and it's on every year. It's an international event. It is on the 20th of November, and I actually have these to share. I think the mayor already got his, but city manager has one, and I want to pass these down. These are flowers to represent the victims, and people all over the world actually recognize this symbol to remember the victims of traffic safety accidents. These are all avoidable deaths. And I just ask during the holidays, I know we're in a hurry. There's that great deal at Best Buy or wherever you're going to shop, but take a few extra seconds and you'll probably save a life and save yourself too in the process. So, two other things. Has anyone ever heard of a Chipotlane? It's a whole new thing. We have a new Chipotle in Northwest Fresno. And it's a drive-through, but I want to give people a warning. You actually have to order online before you can order food from the Chipotlane at Chipotle. It's located at Brawley and Herndon. We're glad to have more jobs in Northwest Fresno, and this is, I think, the third location in Northwest. And yeah, that whole area, that whole neighborhood has seen a lot more shopping options and food options like Dutch Brothers and the Habit Burger. People are pretty excited about that. So, and thank you to all the city departments that helped make that happen. The last thing I'd like to say to our outgoing interim city attorney, Rena Gonzalez, I'm going to say outgoing, but you're not outgoing. Thank God you're still here. You've done an amazing job with me and my staff. I truly mean it, and I'm very grateful to you. You came on at a very difficult time. Don't forget you volunteered, but you offered yourself to get us through this very challenging time, and you've done a great job. And I know that Alyssa, Andrew, and even Ryan and I were just so truly grateful for your service. Thank you, Rena. Thank you so much. And Council President, thanks for coming back to me. That's all I got.
Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Bredfield, any report?
Yeah, we had some public works staff who were out doing some concrete work, and I want to recognize them for going above and beyond, as many of our staff do, for this young boy who was watching them. We have a constituent. His name is John Colburn, and he wanted us to acknowledge Josh and Stuart, who are part of the concrete crew with Public Works. Now, John called our office to say how wonderful both Josh and Stuart were with his 5-year-old grandson. His grandson's very inquisitive and loves to ask questions, and Josh and Stuart made it a point to say good morning to him and answer every question he had. They even called him out to show him what they were doing and to hammer a nail into the concrete form, making this 5-year-old feel so important and on cloud 9. He bragged to his family members that came over for Thanksgiving and said, "Look at that curb, I helped with that." And he was so proud and so happy. So we appreciate Josh and Stuart for taking the time to make this little boy feel so included and important, and meant the world to the young boys. So just wanted to recognize Josh and Stuart for the great work.
All right, thank you. Council Vice President?
Thank you, Council President. Just one quick announcement. Our last District 4 event of this year will be our second annual holiday toy drive. There's a lot of kids in my district who will not be able to receive a toy or present this holiday season, and we want to make sure that as many children as possible in District 4 are able to receive a gift. And so we're going to be hosting a toy drive Thursday, December 8th between 6 and 8 p.m. at Yosemite Falls Cafe. That's going to be 4020 North Cedar Avenue next to Club One Casino and Granite Park. Anybody and everybody's welcome. We will have food, we will have drinks for anybody that wants to attend. The only ask is that for your ticket in, that you bring a new and unwrapped toy so that my office can deliver those to elementary schools and nonprofits in the district, as well as at-need children living in the district as well. If you can't make it to the event, we have a couple of drop-off sites, including the lobby. As you walk into City Hall on the first floor, we have a box there, as well as a box located by the airport at Vision View, 4974 East Clinton, as well as the Fresno State Linda and Stuart Resnick Student Union Building on the Fresno State campus. We have collection boxes there too. If you're able to donate one gift, it would mean a lot to these children who typically do not receive a Christmas gift. So we hope to see you at the holiday event. Again, we'll have food, we'll have drinks. It'll be a good time, and I hope to see you guys there. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Vice President. In District 7, I'll keep it very brief. Yesterday, we had the ribbon cutting for the Fresno City College parking structure. Very, very long-awaited project there for the campus and for the entire neighborhood. And I know we're over the moon, and everyone is excited. It's something that really everyone agrees on that we've needed for a very, very long time. So congratulations to City College and the State Center Community College District on that achievement, again, for the campus and for the community at large. Additionally, I am, for the record, I'm going to ask the clerk what to do with this, but I am in the receipt of Councilmember Soria's resignation letter effective 11:59 a.m. December 5th.
I've made a note. I have a copy as well that I just clocked in, so we'll be good to go.
Perfect, thank you. All right, City Manager, Mayor, any additional comments?
I do. So really quickly, of course, I didn't participate in the elected official comments since I'm not an elected official, but I also wanted to congratulate and say thank you to Councilmember Soria. We have been in the trenches together during the rough times at City Hall, and I always admired her level of digging in deep and asking questions. Yes, it was annoying at times, as you know, as it can be, but still always knew that she was doing what she needed to do to represent her constituents. So I respected her so much for that, and you will be missed. Fortunately, we will have another female on the dais representing D1, so that will be a welcome presence. But congratulations, best wishes, and we know we'll continue to work together with your role in the assembly. So thank you. Also, same as Rena, thank you so much for your teamwork. While I know very much that the city attorney is appointed by the city council, you know, the business of running the city, you know, that's a role is almost like corporate counsel for the municipal corporation of the city. And it's a lot of work because we had a lot of business going on in the city. So thank you very much for your partnership in helping to get all of our agenda items and making sure that we've got things covered in the city. And then last, Council Member Arias wanted to make sure that you know that the Monarch in Chinatown received their Safe to Occupy yesterday. So thank you so much to Terry Cox, who has been helping shepherd that project, and our building department for getting that. I know they're going to be having a formal event, but they did get Safe to Occupy yesterday. So I know that was a big, good, big project, a total team effort. So thank you. And then last, want to make sure that council and the public are aware that the City of Fresno Warming Center will open this evening at 7 p.m. When we put the notice out yesterday, pursuant to the policy, it was expected to drop below 35 degrees, so the warming centers are located at Maxie L. Parks Community Center, Mosqueda Community Center, Pinedale Community Center, and Ted C. Wills Community Center. They will be open from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., and a reminder that FACTS will provide free transportation to anybody that needs to go to a warming center using the existing routes. With that, that's it. Council President, thank you so much.
All right. Let's move on to the consent calendar. I know we've already asked if folks wanted to pull anything. Were there any last items to pull? So far, I've got 1F by Councilmember Arias, no? Oh, F was left on. Okay, so sorry, 1F is still on the consent calendar, not contested. So we had 1J by Councilmember Bredefeld, 1K by Councilmember Arias, 1N, Councilmember Arias, 1P, Councilmember Arias, and 1BB, Councilmember Bredefeld. Are there any additional items to pull for discussion?
I learn from the best.
All right. So before we can take a vote on the consent calendar, we got to take public comments. So at this time, I'm going to open up public comments for unscheduled communication, for comments on the consent calendar, for any comments on the contested consent calendar, or public comment on the closed session agenda as well. So if you'd like to speak with respect to any of those items, please come on down, fill out a yellow card like I have here, if you're in the chamber. If you're on Zoom, just go ahead and raise your hands. We'll go ahead and start. I do have a couple of cards here in the chamber, and the first is going to be Steve Diddy.
Good, it works. Unlike the radio teleprompter, one of my first nights anchoring at KMPH. And I think I've been living in oblivion for 28 years, just as an aside, because I think I was seen as going at retribution for accidentally flubbing up on a TV teleprompter. So thank you very much for letting me realize that after 28 years. It was actually an accident because I had been famished. Anyways, I would encourage the Historic Preservation Commission to introduce, and I can also address this to them as well, introduce an idea I have for honoring the legacy and life of William Saroyan in the city of Fresno. And my idea is a UTC-style William Saroyan Square somewhere in downtown Fresno. UTC was a town center that was opened up in La Jolla my freshman year in college. We had restaurants, we had a bookstore, and it could be a bookstore hybrid library, no arcade this time. And anyways, I envision that being somewhere in downtown Fresno. I don't get paid for deciding the location. That's what you all get paid for. But the funding for it, I thought, could come from possibly Governor Newsom taking a car ride down and coming to Fresno and going with one of you all down to La Jolla to check out UTC. I haven't been there since 1989. So, and if I decide to run for mayor of Fresno, I don't have any executive experience except beyond being the FCC newspaper editor. And I did get a B in political science at UC San Diego, by the way. So on this proposal that I have, good morning and good luck. Edward R. Murrow would have said that if he had worked in the morning.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker here in the chamber is going to be Fernando Paul Elizondo, Sr.
Better known as the messenger. Peace be with you. Congratulations. Esmeralda, my neighbor, that these guys don't ever give me no chance to say anything, you know. But anyway, I'll say it anyway. Let Esmeralda be a mentor to all of you. Very good. Sometimes the best man for the job is a woman. Today is a beautiful day because we had the opportunity to congratulate her, to give her thanks from our heart. Today is another day in the history books. She's made history. She held her ground, and she believes in God. That's the most important thing. I happen to live two blocks away from Esmeralda. I was the first one that endorsed her, but I don't get no credit. Anyway, I'm not here for that. I'm here to work on the homeless. It's 32 degrees out there, Jerry Dyer. You want a blanket? Jerry's my friend. I'm just joking with him. Here's the answer to the homeless. It's already been tested. President Jimmy Carter, the Habitat, and it didn't cost no money. He gave these people a home. He built their self-esteem. He gave them pride. So why reinvent the wheel? Call Jimmy Carter. He'll take care of it. And with these people, that's what they need, integrity. And You know, I'm really saddened by the senior citizens building they built over there. It's more like the senior citizens train depot. Every room comes with a pair of earplugs. Location. Okay, I think they gave the dog kennel a better location than they did the senior citizens. There's a lot of scams going on, and there are a lot of them are coming through the city council here, headed by Jerry Dyer. I try to talk to the man, but he doesn't want to hear what I say. I said, Jerry, I got credibility, man. I used to be a federal government inspector. I was a USDA inspector down the street. You're not talking to just anybody, somebody that knows how the government works. The government is permanent housing. He's turned these motels, okay, when you go to a motel, you go for a reservation. Well, he literally making them an Indian reservation. He's also doing a segregation. They go together. We need to put a stop to that. Get these people permanent housing.
Thank you, Fernando.
I'm not done yet.
I know your story's not finished, but we do got to move on past 3 minutes. Thank you. We're going to move over to Zoom. I don't have any yellow cards here in the chamber. Our first speaker on Zoom is going to be Lisa Flores.
Good morning, everybody. First off, Assemblywoman-elect Soria, girl, I called it when you announced it, that you were going to win, and I know you're going to do great things in Sacramento. And remember, SEIU 1000 needs a raise for my friends over in state service. I want to thank you for the hawk and everything that you've done for the dog park community. Not the hawk, but the owl, and also for hiring Gilbert. I love Gilbert, love Jamie. You have great hiring skills. I also want to thank you for listening, paying attention to my concerns over the new park and putting the ADA parking stall where it really needed to be. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your service in Sacramento. One of the things I want to ask and talk about is the expenditure motion that you guys have, how you guys get refunded, your expenses. There's some patriarchal language in there that you need to look at. You talk about spouses' expenses, but you don't talk about domestic partners or people who don't believe in having that sort of paperwork, but they live with somebody and they consider them their spouse, but they don't have the paperwork in their long-term relationships. So you have some patriarchal language in there that you really need to address, as well as on section C, there's talk about pet-related expenses. Does that cover, say for example, a future council person has a emotional support animal, say that Gary, for example, has a emotional support gerbil or an ADA accommodating animal. Does your reimbursements cover that? And also too, on F, you have discussion about how if there's any losses to you when you're doing business for the city doesn't cover them. Well, I've known people who have traveled cross country on, state business who literally lost their luggage and they only had the clothes on their backs for a couple of days. You guys aren't going to want to buy, just a change of clothes for yourselves. So that's what I have issues with. The other thing is Councilmember Kerbasi. I just got your, I believe it was a Facebook this morning about Chipotle, whatever that app drive-through is. And I think that is a wonderful idea. And I think that the planning department needs to look at that because Fresno really needs to come to grips with new development and development around drive-throughs and how maybe this is a way to go in the future to reduce air quality emissions in town. especially in new developments in West Fresno. That would really help because, you know, they're in that 617 area and such. But that's all I have to say. And, oh yeah, Louis, I'm making tamale this week.
The
Bye.
tamale time?
Yes, tamale time. He doesn't want
I'll
to.
let Luis know, but thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
All right, next speaker is going to be Eric Payne on Zoom.
Good evening, Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. I'd just like to thank Esmeralda just for always following the facts, being a voice for equity and justice, and standing firm on the foundation your parents laid for you, and for always persisting in the midst of adversity, and for always presenting the truth to the people. As Drake said, started from the bottom, now we here. Congratulations on your next level of achievement in representing the people in the California State Assembly. My comments also will celebrate College President Lori Bennett for her incredible work at Clovis Community College. It's been a joy working with her, serving with her when we were both on the state board for the Community College League of California. And just know that she is indeed a jewel to the people of Fresno County. My comments today will also center PG&E, and I would ask that council reject PG&E's offer because we know that they have not done right by the people. We know that Fresno ratepayers pay 80% above the national average per kilowatt. We know that they have not done their due diligence this holiday season, and we would ask that council create equitable opportunities for someone else to come into the market that will value its customers and create a safety net for people, specifically those that are hurting at the bottom. That will conclude my comments. Thank you, council.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Robert McCloskey.
Yes, good morning. Thank you. I'm with the Fresno Homeless Union and Community Alliance editorial board. And I just wanted to thank the city for expanding the number of warming centers this year. I hope it goes all year. Last year, there was only one open, and myself and other volunteers were giving rides to and from these centers. We met so many elderly, disabled, and fragile people going to these centers that it is a welcome thing, and I congratulate the city on this improvement. I would just add that we need to get the word out to wherever homeless people are, which is throughout the city, about these locations, because a lot of people don't know about them. We've been trying to get the word out. I will post it on our Facebook group, etc. But a lot of the unhoused folks don't know where and when these centers are open. I would again ask you to increase the hours, perhaps open them when it's dark at 5 p.m. and close them around 9 a.m. because it's difficult to get to and from these centers, especially after dark. Disabled access remains an issue. I think there was an incident last night that you will probably hear about from our disability advocates. I hope that you can raise the temperature to open them to at least 40, 42 degrees perhaps. As far as what's coming up in the future on housing, I think we need to improve support funding for the shelter services. I do support additional funding to keep the motel shelters open. Again, we're glad there is some shelters available that the city has provided. We do need to improve the number of case managers and people that can help folks go on to a future life with actual housing and perhaps job placement, etc. I just wanted to mention the tiny home villages. The village that was supposed to be already on its way has been stalled out. As y'all know, back in early this year, The state granted $5 million, the city granted an additional $5 million. $10 million project to house about 100 people. I hope you can get that rolling. I know I talked to Mr. Arias about that. He said there were some questions about land and RFPs, et cetera. I hope that's moving along, and I'd appreciate if you let me know about that. As far as the future, let's look at social housing. Let's at least allocate some funds for a task force to look at social housing. I think ultimately it's the way we will have to solve this housing crisis. And I know the mayor and many other members of the community recently went and studied that in Vienna, Austria. It is a great concept. I hope out of the new funding, we can at least set a little bit aside to create a task force to further investigate social housing as a solution to the housing crisis here in Fresno. Thank you very much.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Des M.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi. On Tuesday, November 29th, 2022, the National Weather Service has issued a freeze warning for much of Central Valley as temperatures were expected to drop Tuesday night into early Wednesday morning. We seen on the news that evening that the news even told us that if you had pets or plants to bring them indoors because of the freeze, but not one mention about the people, the human beings that the mayor allows on the streets, God's children being left on the streets to freeze. I was even told the warming center wasn't even open that night because it wasn't cold enough. On Wednesday morning, the very next day after the national alert of freezing, November 30th, 2022, a body was found on our sidewalk by a vacant building right down the street from a church. He was only 56 years young. He was somebody's son, too young to die. Do any of you truly know what it's like to freeze? You're not just like burr or shiver. It's a cold type of freezing. It's the most painful feeling to be so cold that you feel the inside of your bones. You don't stop shivering. It gets hard to breathe. I can go on, but what we need is for you guys to have some compassion for once, for one winter, and open up these warming centers when the temperatures reach 50, 45 degrees. Please stop the amount of deaths on our streets of Fresno by allowing these centers to be open. We have enough funds to fund several different centers to be open 24 hours with staff. Without opening warming centers or safe warm sites for our unhoused, we will see a lot more fires because people are out here dying to stay warm and survive to the next sunrise. I also want to say congrats, Essie. Gonna miss you, girl. Had some good information, knowledge from you. I hope that on your journey, you're blessed with so many more people that you can help change the things, especially with housing, because we'll still be here fighting, girl. But congrats again, Essie. That's it, you guys. That's all.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Cynthia Piombino. Cindy, are you with us? Please unmute.
So, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. You have 3
Okay.
minutes.
Yes, Cindy Piombino here, Christ Helping Hands Fresno Church, homeless outreach worker and advocate. And first, I want to thank the fax service for providing free bus rides to our students now. That's an amazing, that saves a lot of money for our students that are struggling already. Also, I'd like to thank the city for working on the new senior center and also for opening up more warming centers. It's a huge blessing to have the warming centers. But I'd like to address the 2023-2024 annual action plan. I did go to a workshop with that, but I just want to go over what I feel are some needs in the homeless and homeless prevention. I have been asking for a county health mobile for our homeless, for our community, but also to go out to our homeless. They can provide general health screening, vaccines, and testing maybe for communicable diseases. I've also asked at the workshop about cleaning stations and porta potties in every district for our homeless. I'd also like to see computers and a better quality of Wi-Fi, if any, if they don't have any Wi-Fi, but better quality if they do at the shelters. And the caseworkers are overloaded. The ratio is way out of balance. We do need more caseworkers and case managers at these shelters. As far as affordable housing, safe camps, it's been proven already, it has worked here. Our tiny home villages and our public services. I traveled down North Fruit in front of Glen Agnes, which is a senior citizen housing or disabled and disabled. There are no shelters at the bus stops, covered shelters for them to sit at the bus there at all. And there are a lot of seniors that use that bus from that facility. Also, I took to the workshop ADA accessible at Ted C. Wills for the warming center. I want to make sure that bathroom is accessible. And also a concern, because I'm out there a lot, is we need some lighting on the east side of Parkway between Belmont and Olive. It is dark. Even though there's no sidewalk there, because it runs parallel to 99, it's still very dark and dangerous because there is increased foot traffic due to the shelters. And for another reason we need something else down there is we need crosswalks. We need crosswalks on Olive between Hughes and 99, probably in front of McDonald's, I don't know, somewhere over there on the other side of Crystal. And we also need them on Belmont where cars go 60 miles an hour. We need it by the triangle to cross over because we have increased foot traffic. We already lost a homeless elderly man on a hit and run. He wasn't hit once, but twice, which is even more of a tragedy. Those are my concerns. I was even thinking maybe a flashing yellow light on Belmont to warn drivers to slow down. And Esmeralda, congratulations. You served our community well. And you're going to do an outstanding job as an assembly woman. Congratulations. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Samuel Molina.
Good morning, council members. I do want to echo Eric Payne's sentiments earlier for council member and assembly member-elect Esmeralda Soria. I just want to say thank you for everything that you have done for our community and for your district. I remember walking for you 8 years ago, and I'm glad to see you continue to move up. My comments today are going to be around community choice energy. As you're all aware, our rates continue to increase with PG&E, becoming unsustainable for many homeowners and renters in the community. With community choice energy, it can be a way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and address the impact of climate change by cutting energy consumption. This can also be great for our communities in spurring local economic development and providing, good clean energy jobs. So I hope that we can move forward with CCA, and you all have a great day.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Carla Martinez.
Hi, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council, commenting on item 1M. We are glad to see an additional $3.5 million be allocated into the Local Housing Trust Fund and continue to see a fund that Councilwoman Soria and our Assembly member-elect has been advocating for years come into fruition. These dollars can be used for critical programs to advance housing equity, such as rehabilitation of homes, homeownership assistance programs, rental assistance, and so much more. I also want to highlight the importance of having a community governance board as a component to the trust fund. A governance structure is designed to ensure that tenants have the loudest voice in determining where and how they will be housed. It can be designed to ensure that tenants have power and oversight on all activities related to the Housing Trust Fund. I want to thank Phil Sky and Casey Lauderdale for meeting with housing advocates to discuss the opportunity to make this a community-led and guided housing trust fund by establishing some sort of community governance committee. This will allow for transparency and decision-making by residents most impacted when it comes to housing. The Local Housing Trust Fund must be community-led and priorities identified by residents. Tenants should have decision-making authority and oversight on all activities and programs related to this trust fund. We are happy to share the committee makeup, responsibilities, and roles that we have shared with Phil Sky and Casey Lauderdale. Community leaders are ready to meet and work with you to discuss on how we can move forward and implement this community governance board. Thank you.
Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy N.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I want to thank you for the, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Brandy, welcome.
Okay, sorry. Okay, new headphones. Thank you for the Trans Day Remembrance Proclamation and for the Housing Trust Fund at 1M. I agree with Carla's comments, stand with that, and also for the creative work of the planning of Casey and with others to get the Housing Trust Fund priorities out to community like Art Hop. Regarding 1K, with the Red Cross, I am very supportive and glad that this is transpiring. This is a great partnership. Regarding this partnership, I have some asks. I agree with the concerns from before. We do need a more robust information and assistance outreach. It would be helpful if the centers were open, not only certain temperatures, but predetermined sequential dates like last year when it was open for 5 weeks. Tonight it will be open and I'm grateful, but I'm concerned about those who will not know that it's available. And we will be going out and telling people, but there's so many people in Fresno that need to be reached, that need this. And so, as I mentioned, flyers, if we have a set date, flyers are more effective and easier because once they know about it, they return until it's no longer open. It's easier to come back and assist those who want to come back. Using the temperature is not realistic because as was mentioned before, what is said on the National Weather Service is usually much higher than what is in other weather apps. And a lot of people do not know what weather it is, they're just cold. We also need to ensure that anyone can have access and work with Red Cross on this. Last year, they were not able to be able to have people who cannot go to the bathrooms by themselves. And we want to ensure that no one is kept from being able to access for any mental or physical disability to these warming centers. So ask that they work to ensure that any things that keep people from being able to participate, whether it is their mobility at the center as well as their ability to access the center would be overcome as mentioned before, and that there would also be access to food at the centers as many come very hungry. And again, thank you for that partnership. Regarding 1N with the shelters, want to ask that while this is for renting the shelters, that there be consideration, as mentioned before, with more resources at these centers, such as Wi-Fi, computer rooms, and whatnot, as well as caseworkers. Thank you so much for the senior center that was mentioned before, and also want to thank Esmeralda Soria for the things that she has done, and good luck in the next step in serving our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Lanisha Senegal.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good morning. First, I just want to say to Esmeralda Soria, thank you so much for your service. You have helped to elevate or champion a lot of the efforts that, as grassroots leadership have voiced over the years, and to be able to see this work now, at a growth pace where we all feel a part of the solutions that are happening here in our city. Just want to say thank you and congratulations on your next steps to service. And then also I wanted to just add thought to support the airport improvement expansion grant, but also wanted to find out, or maybe if we can consider how we might integrate small business resiliency as a component, or as a critical component of the airport expansion and economic development in that area. As well as I wanted to echo the sentiments that Eric Payne shared about the utilities, PG&E, and the need for review of relief services. As a small business, nonprofit community center, we were adversely affected by those rates over this year with no real increase in our usage, but raised rates over 25% over this year alone, comparing last year's and previous years of utility service. And so that is a cause for concern. It definitely could put a number of businesses out of service with those type of expenses. So just wanted to again just say thank you all for what you do, and we're here to help.
All right. So coming back to the chamber, I don't see anyone else punched up on Zoom, but I do have a yellow card. DeAngelique Jackson.
I feel like you got that card really fast. You guys got some efficient services here. Hi, my name is DeAngelique Jackson. I want to start off by saying congratulations to you, Esmeralda, and thank you so much for the support that you've given to just our lives here in Fresno. Like, thank you for your support. I'm excited to see what you'll do at this next stage in your career. So just know, like, you have a lot of people rooting for you, and we really love you a lot here. I wanted to come and voice my support and solidarity for what's been spoken about PG&E concerns that we have here in the city of Fresno. I also wanted to voice support for the annual, man, I just forgot it. Probably should unlock my phone. For the annual appropriations resolution for housing. As you all hopefully are aware, the city of Fresno was not selected for the universal basic income program that the state has. And if you all have any just leeway with this program, please consider implementing this into these programs to supplement the homelessness initiatives that we have going on and to supplement support for our low-income community members. I think being able to start I guess a local initiative to show why universal basic income could be helpful and supportive for the residents of Fresno, especially college students, going to throw it out there because we are always left out of the mix, I think would really make a great difference. So that's really all I had to add, and thank you all so much for your time.
All right, coming back to Zoom, Kevin Williams. Kevin, are you with us?
Put this in a numerical value because I think sometimes we talk about the issues.
Kevin,
Yes.
Go ahead and start over. Your volume just popped on, so go ahead and start from the top.
Okay. Yep. I wanted to say I just wanted to echo some of the comments from other members, and including Eric Payne, just about PG&E. Speaking as a community member, I know that we do have a low-income energy assistance program here in Fresno. I just want to point out that in 2021, that program assisted 9,700 households with over $4.4 million towards electric, gas, and propane bills. And so if we think about that, if we have 9,700 people that needed assistance, then there clearly needs to be something done because that has only gone up since 2021. And so I just want to make sure that we really are attuned to how big of an issue this was 2 years ago and how much bigger of it is now. $4.4 million is a lot. That could be going to other things such as stabilizing homes in different ways, food insecurity, all those things, if we really focus on getting our people in our community some different options. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more yellow cards. No other hands raised on Zoom. We'll go ahead and close public comment at this time. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. I have a motion from Councilmember Chavez. I'll second that. Clerk, will you please take the roll call vote, please?
Approval of the consent calendar. Motion by Councilmember Chavez, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria, absent. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Okay, great. Let's move on to consent, see if we can power through these. First item is item 1J, pulled by Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes, a couple of questions on 1J.
We have staff approaching the podium.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Shelby McNabb, Business Manager in Parks. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, who will actually be providing the mental health services, Shelby?
So we will be accepting this grant and then contracting with EOC, who would then likely contract for mental health services with other providers or provide some of the screenings and intake through their network.
Okay, so when you say they'll be contracting with other providers, I want to make sure that there are true, actual mental health services being provided by people who are licensed to provide those services. Is there any way to ensure that that's actually taking place?
Yes, we can ensure that. We will be bringing a contract forward to council after accepting this award. And in that contract, we can specify in the scope of work that it be a licensed mental health professional.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure that when we're saying we're providing mental health services, we're providing mental health services not by people who are just sitting with somebody and talking to them, but they're trained professionals who are licensed by the state of California. That's all. I just want to make sure about that. You say that'll come back to the council to ensure that. Is that correct?
Correct. That'll come back early next year, and I'll make sure it's included.
And I also want to make sure that there are no stipends to anybody being provided in the Advanced Peace Program. That's what I read in the staff report, but I wanted just to ensure that.
That is correct. Through these funds, there will be no stipends.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Roll call vote, please.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Bredefield, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria, absent. Councilmember Karbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Okay, you know, I realized we had a 10:10 a.m. number one more public speaker who did not submit a yellow card but was on the agenda. Appearance by Mary Padilla. Mary, are you with us this morning? Mary Padilla? Okay. All right, snap back into order. Item 1K, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Good morning, Council. Aaron Aguirre, Parks Director.
Hi, Director. Just a quick question. So this MOU has the Red Cross providing services at the warming centers. Is that also going to apply to cooling centers? And how is that going to work, you know, structurally speaking? Are they going to be running the whole center? Are they providing supplemental support? What should we expect differently from the way we've historically operated these warming centers?
So typically, warming centers have been staffed by City of Fresno park staff. You've had anywhere from 2 to 3 employees there overnight with the guest. This new model would have 2 members from Red Cross. We would still have a parks presence there as the owners of the facilities, but that would be the addition in addition to the cots and blankets that they supply.
And I noted that there was no cost to this agreement. How's that arrangement going to work out?
So there won't be any cost from Red Cross as far as cots and blankets and their volunteers. We will still have some costs on the operations side for the janitorial and security, but part of the agreement will be, again, like you said, no cost to the city from Red Cross.
Perfect. Thank you for doing this work. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
You're welcome.
Motion, second by Chavez. Roll call vote, please.
Motion to approve 1K by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria, absent. Councilmember Karbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
All right, item 1N, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Brianna, do you see Phil Sky on? Okay.
City Manager, is this a time-sensitive item for today, or can we hear it on the 15th? I have some questions and not sure if we're...
Hold on a second. We're getting Phil. Phil, did you hear the question?
I did, yes. No, it is not particularly time sensitive.
Okay. Then I would like to make a motion to table the item for the December 15th meeting, and then we can meet and have a committee meeting to get briefed on this item. It's pretty significant.
It was seconded by Chavez. Do we have consensus on that? Do we need to vote?
To table this?
Yeah.
Since we're hearing it, I think we should take the vote, yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote to table item 1N.
Morning. Councilmember Soria is not in the chamber. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Item is tabled 6-0.
And
To
to the
December
15th.
15th.
To the
Correct? To the
15th.
15th. Okay.
For the next meeting. Item 1P, pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Police Chief, just a quick question. I know we discussed briefly the arrangement of the organization. I think it was with the city manager when we kind of discussed all the organizations we're going to partner with. And I recollect that this organization is officially a nonprofit. Are they officially got all their stuff arranged and settled separate from the city?
Absolutely. Yeah, they're their own nonprofit, and this agreement actually has a clause where if the chaplaincy, if they go in a direction separate from our goals for the police department in the city, we can separate from this within a 30-day notice.
Okay, and who is running the organization nowadays?
This individual right here, this is Kevin Llanos. He is our head chaplain.
Oh, okay.
He was a former police officer, actually, before he medically retired and was at Clovis, and we brought him back. So Kevin is very much in line with my mission for the organization to provide support and well-being to not just the police officers, but the community at large. So chaplaincy does a great service for us. They're out there 24/7. They help us make death notifications. They help provide support to the community. So yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we followed up on the first question and we get to meet the replacement chaplaincy. So thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote on item 1P.
Motion to approve 1P by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria, not in the chamber. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
That passes 6-0.
All right, item 1BB, pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, wanted to first acknowledge a couple of things. I spoke with the incoming city attorney, Andrew Jans, yesterday and expressed that I would like to codify in the contract what is now going to be, I guess, included in terms of the PAC. And that's to be that he says that he's not going to be participating in any way as a board member or in any other way in a PAC. That will be included in the contract. I want to make sure, and I'm not sure who to ask that to. I see it's part of the language. Maybe you can answer it, Council President. I don't know if Rena should answer it, but I want to make sure it's included in the contract.
Good morning, Councilmember Bredefeld. I'm having Tina Griffin come up to the podium as she's been working on this contract.
Yes, Tina Griffin speaking. I can include that as a clause of the contract if that's the will of council.
Okay, do you need a motion for that?
I believe so.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that language be included in the contract.
Because this is new language that is not standard in normal contracts, so it would be a term if council desires to include it as a term of the contract.
Yeah, so we read it into the record at the beginning of the meeting, so the item currently includes it.
Okay, as long as it's approved by council, I can make the revision and then have it revised and signed by the parties again.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld, the language that was read into the contract, is that satisfactory?
Yeah, it certainly is, and I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate having had the dialogue with Mr. Jans yesterday. Is Mr. Jans in the council chamber?
He is sitting here in the back row, walking and approaching the dais.
Okay, if I could just ask him a quick question. Yeah, hi, Mr. Jans. Thanks again for the discussion we had yesterday. I appreciate that this is going to be part of that. I just felt it was very important to have it codified in the agreement. And then just one other concern that I have shared with you was my hesitation about the lack of municipal experience. Can you share with me and maybe with the public in general what you've been doing to kind of get more up to speed with some of the municipal law? There's no question that you're a very bright person. You're going to get up to speed, but maybe you could share it with us what you're doing to get up to speed with that.
Yes, good morning, council members. Council Member Bredefeld, I hope you're feeling a little bit better since we talked yesterday. And thank you for the question and allowing me to elaborate on some of the things that I've been doing since the initial vote back in November. I have met with the interim city attorney. I've been meeting with senior staff, going over things that I'm allowed to go over, things that are of a public nature to prepare myself for this role. I would like to point out that I do have extensive criminal experience. I don't think that is an issue in terms of my appointment. I would just like to point out that whether the issue at hand is criminal or civil in nature, there are similar legal theories that apply across the board. And so I just wanted to also reach out and thank all the individual members of the council. I've met individually with each and every one of you as part of this transition as well to identify areas of concern, expectations moving forward. I'd like to also thank the council for their consideration. I'm excited to start working on Monday.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I appreciate that very much and look forward to working with you. I'd like to make a motion to approve the item.
I'll second that. All right, let's take a roll call vote on item 1BB.
Motion to approve 1BB by Councilmember Bredefeld, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Congratulations, incoming city attorney.
Thank you, members of the council.
Thank you. All right, so that'll conclude contested consent. Let's move on to some of our timed items, starting with the 10 a.m. number 1. This is a hearing to adopt annexed territory, CFT number 11. First, I'll go ahead and open up a public hearing. This is in District 7 at East Clinton and North Armstrong. So this one, I'll go ahead and open up public comments, the hearing for this item, 10 a.m. number 1.
And Council President, just a quick reminder to all the council members on hearing items, we do need to take public comment before we have any motions. So just a reminder.
Sounds good. So I think we're still in order right now, right? Okay, good. All right, so the public hearing is open for 10 a.m. number 1, CFD number 11 at Armstrong and Clinton. Any folks on Zoom or in the chamber who would like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing for the 10 a.m. number 1 item. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, second by Chavez. Roll call vote on 10 a.m. number 1, please.
10 a.m. number 1, motion by Council President Esparza, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, 10 a.m. item number 2. Councilmember Soria, do you want to your staff presentation or go straight to the hearing?
Let's go straight.
Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and open up the hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of the southeast side of North State Street between West Mission Avenue and Golden State Boulevard. If there's anyone who would like to comment in the chamber, please approach or fill out a yellow card. Anyone on Zoom, raise your hands. All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing for 10 a.m. item number 2. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right, I'll second that. Roll call votes on 10 a.m. number 2, please.
Motion to approve 10 a.m. number 2 by Councilmember Soria, second by Council President Esparza. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, 10:05 a.m. Number one, this is a hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of North Glen Avenue, North Blackstone Avenue Alley between Simpson and Cornell in District 7. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing at this time. Anyone in the chamber would like to speak, please approach. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing for the 10:05 a.m. item number one. I'll make a motion to approve.
No action required.
No action required? Does that say it? Let's see here.
That's what I have.
No, there's a resolution on 10:05 a.m. number one.
Oh, number one.
Yeah. We have a motion and a second by Chavez. Roll call vote, please.
10:05, number one, motion by Council President Esparza, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
That passes 7-0.
Okay. 10:05 a.m. number two. There is no action required on this one, but we do need to conduct a public hearing to obtain public comments regarding community needs for consideration and the development of the 2023-2024 annual action plan for federal funding through HUD. So at this time, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing on the 10:05 a.m. item number two. I know we had some speakers address it already in during general public comment, but now would be opportunity if there were any other folks who wanted to speak. This public hearing is open. All right, I have two folks on Zoom. So first, we have Cynthia Piombino.
Do I need to address it again, Miguel? My concerns about the annual action plan.
So you do not, I mean, you may, but we have, if they're similar to your comments already, then we've heard them.
Okay, then I won't waste time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cindy. Next speaker on Zoom is going to be Robert McCloskey.
Yes, thank you again. I just wanted to reiterate to the council that the recommendations from the workshops are very good. We need to include the recommendations from the public that took the time to have input into those workshops. I noticed in the workshop I attended, there was a whole lot of concern about how do we get more housing more effectively? And by addressing that concern, I did bring up social housing. And just for the public, that is where a public agency or a nonprofit builds and implements housing, rental housing primarily. It can be done through a number of ways, but what it does, it takes out the profit margins that are involved in building housing with our current model. I'm not against for-profit contractors or agencies that build housing, but I think that we need to proclaim housing as a right in the city of Fresno. I think there should be a proclamation for that. It is recognized as a human right by the UN and other international agencies. And once we identify it as a right, it becomes a responsibility of public agencies, city, county, state, and federal governments to provide that. In the long term, it is really the only solution. We are short some 35,000 housing units in Fresno County. It's a huge issue throughout the United States, and I know the Mayor Dyer and others recently went to Vienna, Austria to look at that, and they have been very successful. Of course, they've been at it for a long time. 60% of Vienna are renters. 70% are renters. Out of that, 60% of them live in some form of social housing. And people that are homeless or can't afford housing are subsidized to stay there. It's mixed housing with seniors and all levels of ages and it's very successful. And it saved a huge amount of costs. I think something came up earlier about costs related to simply housing a person as to providing continued services through the current model, the continuum of care model, which is very expensive to provide continued services. You can actually house an individual for less than what is spent on providing these continued services, which are needed at this time, but are actually a temporary solution. So I would urge the council and mayor, please, let's create a task force to look at a different model of building more affordable housing, which has to include more affordable types of housing, such as modular homes, container homes. You know, for the temporary solution to the home is tiny home villages. We have to look at more affordable ways to actually build the housing. So I hope that you folks consider this, and thank you again for your time.
All right, next speaker on Zoom is going to be Brandy N.
Thank you. And yeah, it's hard to fit in 3 minutes, different things, and I appreciate the workshops that have happened, and I do ask that they worked really hard on those, but do I ask that there just be continued looking for innovative ways to make these processes more accessible to ensure that people have a chance to have a voice in different ways and identify areas where there is lack in that and just to put that as part of the action plan, as well as more robust accountability systems. I agree with what was spoken by others, Bob and others. We do need more housing and ask that there would be a focus on a plan for people who go who are in the shelters when they're being transitioned, so we can ensure that they are getting into housing, as well as more continued work to ensure that those who are in the shelters, as well as those who are unhoused, have access or have more assistance and help in getting into housing. And of course, because of that, we need more housing. We need climate-related items to help, such as watering stations throughout town. We need to have, in the summer, places where people can go for water. I asked for a lived experience board for the city. FMCOC is doing theirs, and that is wonderful. But for the city themselves to have a way to get direct feedback and make it more accessible for the unhoused to have a voice in any of these plans throughout the process and in ways that work for them, as well as looking for more ways to make for inclusion of the unhoused and the shelters, to have workshops at those locations so that they can be able to access these. I want to ask for more safe lots, affirm the safe lot program to be able to have a place for people with cars and vehicles to go, as well as maybe a program to be able to help those with registration so they are not losing their vehicle, which may be their only home, as well as safe lots. I would like to ask for a wraparound job program. Everyone is asking for jobs, for help with jobs, but something where there is partnerships with businesses that could train, that could be able to work with those, especially those who are unhoused and others that are having difficulty, might have barriers finding jobs, as well as Wi-Fi and training and computers and whatnot in the shelters so that they can be able to access those. And ask that there would be a continuation of things like tiny home villages, as well as other resources. And just ask, and I know it's 3 minutes, but ask that the amazing ideas that people shared at the workshops that are progressive, that all of those would find their way into our city's plan. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is going to be Des M. Oh, Des, are you with us? If you're still there, you raise your hand again. We don't see you here anymore. Okay, there she is.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yep, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. I just want to echo all the other advocates, housing advocates that came on talking about, we all talk about how much housing we need, and we all know this. We all definitely know this. I would like to know if there's any type of funding, since we're talking about shelters, to create safety around our shelters that we have, such as crosswalks or something that they can put lights on the ground. Just 1 hour ago, another one of our street family members was hit and killed by a crane truck. It was an accident because the truck is up so high, I guess they couldn't see him, but there is no crosswalk on Belmont. The same exact location that every other individual that crosses the street on Belmont from Triangle Burger to Motel 6 across the street, the same area. So if there's any funding in there for safety, for bike lanes in that area, for crosswalks in that area, for LED lighting in that area, and I still haven't seen patrol on Parkway, so I don't know if you guys are still talking about that or if maybe you thought there was a patrol officer over there. But yeah, if we can make the shelters a lot more safer, definitely housing. I'm still waiting, in January, Dyer, at the beginning of the year, he went up there with this amazing plan about he was going to have tiny homes in April. April's come and gone, dude. Come on, how long does he want us to wait? We all don't have that money that he got for that nice ass house he got, but we need housing, not broken promises anymore, Dyer. You're the mayor of Fresno. We need to see some action, and I'm still waiting on those tiny homes he promised that we're going to be here in April 2022. So if anybody knows anything about when we potentially might break ground, if we can know, so we can stop stressing on the city telling us over and over that it's going to happen, it's going to happen. Just give us an estimated date of when ground's going to break at least, because we're exhausted. We need housing. That's all. Thanks.
All right. So I don't have any yellow cards here in the chamber. There are no other hands raised on Zoom. So at this point, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing for the 10:05 a.m. item number 2. And again, no action required on this particular item. We already called the 10:10 a.m. item number 1. Let's move on to 10:10 a.m. item number 2. Hearing to adopt CFD number 18, Public Safety CFD at Dakota and Polk. I'll go ahead and open the hearing before we take any action. So if anybody would like to comment on this item, feel free to approach the dais or raise your hand on Zoom. Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing for the 10:10 a.m. Item number 2.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion, we have a second. Roll call vote on 10:10 a.m. 10:10 a.m. item number 2.
And that, the second was?
Chavez.
Thank you very much. So motion to approve 10:10 number 2 by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria. Yes. Councilmember Carbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
Okay. All right, council, I see the light. We are going to finish this meeting before noon altogether. Don't screw this up. Item 4A, resolution naming the park located at Dakota and Milburn Avenues, Dolores Huerta Park, sponsored by Councilmember Soria.
Motion to approve. I think that, but just very quickly, this park has received close to $9 million for construction that will begin next year, but given that I'm leaving, I wanted to make sure that we named it before, and I think that as a community that is known to be really an agricultural economy, relying on the agricultural economy and farm workers, I think that given the theme of the park, which is based off of ag, it would be appropriate to name this park after a civil rights icon who's still living today in the Central Valley and continues to do the great work to uplift farm worker communities and farm worker families up and down the state. So motion to approve Dolores Huerta Park.
All right, second by Chavez. Clerk, let's take a roll call vote.
All right.
Item 4A.
Item 4A, motion to approve by Councilmember Soria, second by Councilmember Chavez.
One second. What happened?
You have to go out to the public.
Oh, that's right. We have not done
Yeah, we haven't
All
done
right,
that.
let's rewind on the motion. So we'll go ahead and go out to the public on item 4A, naming the park at Dakota and Milburn, Dolores Huerta Park. If you'd like to speak here at the chamber, please approach. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment on item 4A. We have a motion and a second.
Hand did just pop up on Zoom.
Oh, there we go. Robert McCloskey.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I just wanted to briefly say I support this. It's great. I know Dolores Huerta. I've worked in the labor movement with her. She is an icon in our community and a great leader. So I hope that this gets approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have our motion and second. Clerk, will you please call the roll call vote?
All right. Motion to approve 4A by Councilmember Soria, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Yes.
Councilmember Arias?
Absolutely.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
And Councilmember Redfield? No, he did tell me he would be stepping away. Vice President Maxwell?
Aye.
And Council President Esparza?
Aye.
That passes 6-0.
All right, fantastic.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to the JPFA items, the 10:15 a.m. These will be our last votes before we do the workshop on community choice. City Attorney, Clerk, is this all the members voting or just the Mayor, Bredefeld, and Carbasi?
For the JPFA items, it's
JPFA, it would be Mayor Dyer, Chair Bredefeld, and Councilmember Carbasi. And on the subsequent city item, it would be everyone.
Okay, so I'll turn over the 10:15 a.m. JPFA action to the body.
Okay, is Mayor Dyer there?
He's present, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So we have items A and B. The first one, the hearing to adopt the resolution designating and authorizing certain finance officers of the city of Fresno to take certain actions as required for prudent financial administration and safekeeping of Fresno Joint Powers Finance Authority funds and property finance department. I think we can also take B at the same time. Is that right, Rena?
Yes.
Okay. And B is a hearing to adopt resolution designating and authorizing certain finance officers of the city of Fresno to deposit and withdraw funds in and out of the local agency investment fund in the custody of the state treasurer. I guess we have to go out to the public and see if anybody wants to comment on this.
Correct. Public comments required.
I'm not there, so I can't tell if anybody wants to speak to it or not, or is there anybody on Zoom?
Councilman Bredefeld, we do not have any public comment in person or on Zoom.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Mayor seconded. Oh, sorry, second.
Okay. Do we have to do roll call, I guess?
yes, that is correct. All right, a motion to approve the JPFA items A and B by Mayor Dyer and second by Councilmember Carbasi. Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
And Mayor Dyer.
Yes.
That item passes 3-0.
The one
No,
time the mayor gets to vote.
All right.
I'll pass it back to you, Nelson.
All right, so we'll take on the city at-large action. We have, again, the similar resolution authorizing certain finance officers of the city to sign city checks and various investment and commercial banking documents, et cetera.
Motion to approve.
Well, let me go out to the hearing real quick. Public. So we have a motion from Vice President and a second from Chavez. Let me go out to the public on items C and D regarding the JPFA action, but these are the city items. The other resolution is consenting to and authorizing investment of monies in the local agency investment fund. Anybody in the chamber or on Zoom like to speak with respect to these items, C and D? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public comments portion on those items, and was the motion for both? Okay, clerk, please call a roll call vote.
Approving C and D, motion by Vice President Maxwell, second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Karbasi.
Yes.
Councilmember Arias. Absent. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Vice President Maxwell.
Aye.
And Council President Esparza.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
All right, so next we have a presentation, and lastly, we have a presentation regarding community choice energy by Destiny Rodriguez. This is sponsored by Councilmember Chavez. You have 33 minutes, no pressure.
Thank you, Council President. And as they're getting up and setting up, this will be a presentation by the Climate Center, and Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Hastings are very familiar with the subject matter. And I believe, Clerk, we have the presentation loaded up for our folks. Given all the conversation about utility rates and our folks over at PG&E, I thought there was value in them coming and doing a presentation. And then obviously we'll have a subsequent conversation about what that looks like for the city of Fresno. City Manager, were you able to get a copy of the presentation after? Okay, good. Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Council Member. Good morning, everybody. I believe it's still morning. My name is Destiny Rodriguez. I'm here today as a programs consultant for the Climate Center. The Climate Center is a 501c3 nonprofit. There is no commercial interest for the Climate Center to promote community choice energy. The Climate Center's mission is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and community choice energy is a wonderful, proactive way of doing so for the state. So also today here with me is my program manager, which is Woody Hastings behind me, and also our Central Valley organizer, Rob England. So first of all, I'd just like to say I'm happy to have the opportunity to speak with you all today. I came to the city of Fresno with the concept of community choice energy back in 2019, so just very happy to be here again 2022, almost the end of 2022, but hopeful that the information shared today you will take with you, and I hope that with the information shared today that we leave you wanting to fully explore community choice energy as an option for Fresno, and also potentially looking into a feasibility study for community choice energy as a potential next step. Next slide. So what is community choice energy? There's a lot of misunderstandings and misconceptions of what community choice energy is. It is actually an alternative energy provider, which can be through the city, it can be through the county, and it can be through a joint powers authority of the two or both or surrounding cities. And I really want to emphasize that this is a local program. So local as in local control of your rate setting, local control of where your generation sources are coming from, and local control of how community can use revenues that can be tailored for the community's needs. This was enabled as a state law back in 2002. This is a partnership with the investor-owned utilities, and I really want to emphasize that this is a partnership. It's not a corporate takeover. It is still a very much steady partnership with PG&E. So PG&E essentially still delivers your electricity to you. You still get your bill every month, and PG&E is still responsible for the maintenance and safety of our transmission lines. The only thing that changes with this model, next slide please, is the source of energy and the purchasing power. That becomes the City of Fresno's responsibility, or the Joint Powers Authority or the governing authority, however you decide to go. And of course, that's what's the beauty of community choice energy, is that it gives you the choice, where historically we've never really had a choice of where our energy comes from, how we purchase it, whether it's renewable, whether it's not. So community choice energy really is a very innovative concept. This has been going on for over 10 years in our state. And I'm proud to say that there are 8 states nationally that are already implementing community choice energy. California has the most community choice energy agencies. Next slide. With over 24 operational community choice energy agencies within our state. Over 200 cities, over 20 counties, and hundreds of elected officials agree that there is a lot of power in the purchasing and generation for community choice energy. So, next slide. So where is this happening? Like I said, 24. That's over half the state. That's 11 million customers right now. The half of the state that is not currently implementing and should is the Central Valley. And I can tell you that many of the CCAs on the Bay Area, the coast, they come to the Central Valley. They build solar here. And it's great because we do generate local jobs for labor, but the benefits of CCA leave this community. It goes back to the governing board of that CCA. It goes back to those residents. So technically, our solar is being utilized, but not by us. Next slide. So here's just a slide of some of the community choice energy agencies that already exist in California. And also, I am happy to put each and every one of you in touch with any of the CCAs that are currently active. View me as a local resource for community choice. If there is information the city or staff is looking for, if you all would like to have a meeting with some of the CCAs, let me know. I'm happy to set that up. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it to my energy program director, which is Woody Hastings.
Thank you, Destiny. And is this mic working? It is. Good. I can hear myself loud and clear. Good morning, President Esparza, council members, Woody Hastings with the Climate Center. Before I say anything else, I do want to just send my own congratulations to, I'll say, Assembly Member-elect Soria. So really congratulations for that. A lot of the Climate Center's work now is, we are a statewide organization, so working a lot in Sacramento, so we look forward to engaging with you there in that context. So the slide up here talks about one of the most, perhaps the most powerful aspect of community choice energy. And that number there really should be greater than 150 million. And what that's referring to is the dollars that exit the Fresno economy every year on PG&E bills. It's roughly half, maybe a little bit less than half of a PG&E bill that goes toward the power sources. Where does the power come from, right? Is it solar? Is it wind? Is it geothermal? And those dollars currently exit the community. The powerful aspect of community choice is that it redirects that existing revenue stream back into the Fresno economy for your decision making about what to do with those dollars. And so that's why I'm starting with that slide, a very powerful economic tool for the city of Fresno. Next slide. And so just walking through some of the benefits really quick, and I do want to go fairly quickly here so that we can get to your questions. I think that's the most important thing. So some of the benefits include, at the top of the list really is consumer choice. What it's really all about in the end is offering more options, more choices to the Fresno community, including residents, businesses, small businesses, institutions, schools, hospitals, all those kind of entities can have more options, in terms of their choice of provider. And then within the choice of provision and community choice, there can be a basic service, there can be 100% renewable, there can be programs that your community choice agency offers how. How do you do that? How do you pay for that? With that 150 million plus of new incoming revenue that the Community Choice Agency can direct to those local programs. We've seen that as a really powerful tool, really powerful aspect of all of those 24 community choice agencies that have sprung up around the state. So local control, transparency, these are public not-for-profit entities, and it is you, as Destiny said, it's not a corporate takeover, it's the opposite of that. It's the city of Fresno on behalf of the public, on behalf of the community, taking control and then doing anything from the statutory authority. You could create your own city-owned and operated power plants. You could open a coal plant if you wanted to under the statute. You do have to abide by the state's renewable portfolio standard, but the community choice agencies across the state, it's why the Climate Center is interested in this, is because we recognized it in 2005 as a powerful tool for reducing greenhouse gases. So you can make those choices, you can offer those options to your community. There is job creation potential with community choice, not just the agency, bringing in experienced utility and energy experts to run the program. By the way, that is how it works. Quite frequently we'll hear the question about, well, what do we know about running an electric utility? We can't do that. The CCAs, whether it's a single jurisdiction, and I'll talk about the governance models in a moment, whether it's single jurisdiction or joint powers authority, you hire the talent, the folks, and it's been a real interesting dynamic to see the experienced energy professionals, utility professionals joining in with the community choice community. So again, the programs that can respond to community needs through those revenues, potential for improved air quality. We're seeing the community choice agencies do a lot with, CCA is kind of an innovation platform, and one of the things we've seen is them getting very much involved in electrification of transportation, helping to expand the electric vehicle charging, and so that has a direct local air quality benefit, which is a little different from the global climate issue. Enhanced public participation. The community choice agencies are all public entities under the Brown Act, so public participation is enhanced. We call it energy democracy. And so we can maybe go to the next slide. In the Central Valley, just want to point out, most recently, we worked with Stockton since 2016, and just this past September, the final vote, Stockton has joined an existing Joint Powers Authority, the East Bay Community Energy Program, and is now a member of the Community Choice community, and they'll be launching their service in early 2024. Tracy, also in San Joaquin County, and I think you're familiar with Los Banos also, community choice. Next slide. So just again, this could create a legacy for Fresno. If it's a single jurisdiction entity, an enterprise fund to support the needs of Fresno, a degree of energy autonomy, and I will say a degree of energy autonomy, as Destiny mentioned, all of the distribution, the poles and the wires, the blue trucks that go around and repair, the interconnections, by the way, that's all still remains in the purview of the incumbent utility, in this case PG&E. So I think we can go to the next. Oh, one more point I'll put on that slide. At the very bottom, it talks about resilience, and this is really emerging as something that's important to a lot of communities with the heat episodes, with drought, with the fire episodes, building capacity to weather these disruptions is something we've seen community choice agencies do, both with instances with, say, the wildfires and up where I live, Sonoma Clean Power standing up a program to help folks rebuild their burned homes with incentives up to $17,000 to rebuild energy efficient, clean homes with solar and storage, that kind of thing. Also during the COVID crisis, stepping up to provide relief for folks. So I think that's the last slide, and it's just my contact info there. I do want to just touch on a couple things really quickly. For us, this is not about bashing PG&E. It's an ongoing partnership. It's a day-to-day collaboration with Pacific Gas and Electric as they continue to, manage the poles and the wires, the distribution. And it's also important to note, community choice is not a magic wand. It doesn't solve all the problems. It doesn't solve the interconnection problems and those kinds of things. The governance models, I just want to touch on that. I mentioned it earlier. So the city of Fresno could go it alone, right? And just have the city of Fresno's, and several cities have done this. San Jose Clean Energy is one, where it's basically a city department, and that you would be the city council is the governing body of it. The other model is to form with your cities or the county a joint powers authority where you would create a freestanding entity that has got its own staff and its own representative governing board made up of the member jurisdictions, right? And then it's very similar to that one is just to simply join an existing, any one of those 24 joint powers authorities, you could join one of those, and then you'd be in that similar kind of situation, having a seat on a board. Destiny mentioned peers. We would be happy. We've got close relationships with a lot of the elected officials that are in community choice service territories, mayors, city council members, staff, so we'd be happy to place you in touch with them and work with you. And yeah, I mean, our recommendation, really look forward to your questions. Our recommendation is to, pursue a feasibility study. It's the first sort of good due diligence building block step. It's not required under the community choice statute. The filing of an implementation plan with the CPUC is. If you were to be able to file your implementation plan by the end of 2023, certainly not going to happen by 12/31/22, but by 12/31/23, if you can get your implementation plan filed, you could launch in early 2025. There's a built-in year delay, right? So the earliest Fresno could ever do this 2-year process here, would be early 2025 launch with getting your implementation plan in by the end of 2023. And there's enormous amounts of information that we can provide, requests for proposals for feasibility studies or examples that the previous ones have done, the feasibility studies themselves completed. So there's all kinds of material we can provide to you or your staff. Happy to do that, and I'll stop there to look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hastings.
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm sorry. I'd like to bring up Rob England, a relatively new member of the Climate Center team. He's going to touch on some of the aspects regarding labor. So he's going to be real quick, so if that's okay.
Mr. Chair, council members, Mayor-elect Soria, thank you for your time. My name is Rob England. As stated, I am the Central Valley organizer for the Climate Center. I'm also a 19-year member of Union Communication Workers of America, former president of the current Inyo Mono Central Labor Council, and as stated, I want to speak a little bit on the benefits of CCAs to working families. As a lifelong resident of the Central Valley, I understand a lot of the struggles. I know I'm from Bakersfield, and I know my community in Fresno share a lot of similar issues, but equally we could benefit under a CCA agreement. Under a CCA, I want to be clear that all of the recruitment and training of the current workforce is going to be needed. We're going to need to maintain these current power lines, so that doesn't change. As it has been stated, CCAs give families more choices and more local control to our communities. CCA will also allow us to be more self-reliant by giving us the option to source our own power locally and renewably. As an example, out of the 11,000 megawatts that California generates renewably, 4,600 plus of that is generated right here in the Central Valley. And that's renewable, homegrown Central Valley power that we could be accessing. Now get this, 661 megawatts of that power is renewably generated right here in Fresno County. These are some of the options that CCAs could provide to the community members here. Through billions in investments and working with California unions, CCAs have fueled job creation and economic growth throughout the state. Here's just a couple of the examples. One is the MCE Solar One project. The other is the Wright Solar project. So the MCE Solar project is a 10.5 megawatt solar project, and it's in Contra Costa County. This project supported 341 jobs and hired union workers. Some of the unions involved in this project were the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners, Laborers, both locals 152 and 324, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, local 302 and 1245, Steamfitters, local 342, and Operating Engineers, local 3. The other example I wanted to give was the Wright Solar project. It's a 200 megawatt solar project in Merced County. The unions that worked to build this were IBEW 684, Iron Workers 155, Operating Engineers Local 3, Laborers 1130, Carpenters 152. These two projects supported nearly 800 union jobs. So as you can see, unions have been essential to the work that needs to be done. And we are very grateful for all the union labor that goes into building out our state's green energy infrastructure. We need the best quality workers to build out the energy grid of the future to power the fourth largest economy on Earth, and labor unions will continue to lead the way on this effort. Together, the Climate Center, the people of Fresno, and organized labor can work to bring more choice and more jobs to this community. The time for a CCA in Fresno is now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. England. It's been a while, Rob, since we've chatted. Thank you, Mr. Hastings, and thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. City Manager, the purpose of this was to obviously bring it for just an overview and kind of dispel some misconceptions that were out there. I just have two quick questions for Mr. Hastings, and thank you for coordinating that tour. Myself, Council President Esparza's office, and Councilmember Arias' office had a chance to go. When you talked about the makeup of the committee or the governance board, do cities have options of putting ratepayers on those committees to discuss utility rates, or is that not an option for example, Sonoma, the site that we visited?
So that's a great question. How that's been addressed, the statute does not require that the governing board members be elected officials, but that has been the practice, and in terms of sort of accountability for a rate-setting authority, and if I didn't mention it, one of the other powerful tools is for that side of the power equation, the governing board has power to set rates. And how that's been addressed is that the community choice agencies, many of them, not all of them, have established community advisory committees or ratepayer advisory committees made up of community residents. So that's one way to sort of make sure that the voices are included. But typically, it's been elected officials that are the governing board members.
Okay. And then, and obviously in conversations with the mayor, I mean, there's this perception that when we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago that the city would be taking over all infrastructure, every power line, every nut and bolt, and all that. If you could just maybe talk about what the options would be for a hybrid approach or what that looks like elsewhere that has been effective.
Yeah, and community choice itself is really, could be thought of as a hybrid approach. Between full ownership of all of the system and both the transmission and distribution and the procurement of the power resources, and so the notion of taking over everything is, that's something that cities like the City of Davis, City of San Francisco, others have tried to do, going full municipalization. That's an extremely daunting, multi-decadal, billions of dollar, endeavor with an unwilling seller. So it's kind of a community choice when it was established in 2002 really was born out of a couple things. There had been the attempt to fully deregulate the state's energy system in the late 90s, and that imploded with the whole Enron thing. And that was corporate shenanigans, right? And so the purpose of community choice was try to salvage one of the really big selling points that the deregulation had back at the time, which was, hey, you get to choose your own electricity service provider. So the community choice law was a way to have local government have the option to stand up its own hybrid hybrid in the sense that it's only on the procurement side where the power's coming from, not on the infrastructure side, the poles and the wires. That would remain the purview of the investor-owned utility. There would be a choice option for folks to get their electricity service and the power sources, and an option to say choose green power, which most, if not all, of the CCAs are doing now. They'll have a basic service, and then you can opt up to 100% renewable, that kind of thing. Giving options, that's what it's all about. There's now other options where you can opt to pay your bill to a specific solar project, so some solar choice projects like that. So I don't know if I'm getting to your...
Yeah, that actually answered my question. Thank you for clarifying that piece.
I just wanted to add to that, that also too, as an option, Fresno can look at potentially doing an energy tier system where you can set rates for 100% renewable, and if a customer chooses to pay 100% renewable, they can maybe pay a little bit more on their bill, sleep a little better at night. And then for the rest of us, you can go 50%, 25% renewable, and that also adjusts the cost of what the rate would be. So I just wanted to put that out there. That is also an option, which, again, gives the consumer the choice. So,
thank you. City Manager, Mayor, did you guys have any questions, or just a presentation? We're not voting.
All right. Sounds like that's a wrap. Thank you. Appreciate you folks. So that's going to conclude the public portion of today's meeting. We are going to adjourn for lunch. Before we do, the City Attorney will read off the items that we'll be hearing in closed session this afternoon when we return at 1:30.
In closed session today, we have conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Graves Family Trust versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Pismos of Fresno LLC versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Gianna Provenzano versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Nelson Esparza versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, People versus Nelson Esparza. There may be reportable items after closed session. Thank you very much.
So we will come back in closed session at 1:30?
Correct.
Okay.
you.